Brandenburg, Captain Poseidon. How's it going? How's it going? Good to see you. See Alfarius leaving his usual messages. Very cool, very cool. Alright, so today we're finally basing the command squad, plus a few extras. Or at least a few extra tasks. All these guys have been painted and are ready for basing. We might apply a little bit of cork here and there, because some of them are a little sparse. And we'll be doing the lieutenant as well. And the chapter champion is partially based, but we just need to fill in some spots. And then, we'll try and batch them, and hopefully the processes are ready to go once we're done one marine. Once we're done a lot, and then we can proceed to the next phase smoothly, but if texture paint or washes need more time to dry, I have some busy work I can do. I have some nameplates here that need to get affixed, things like that. And I have the chapter master that needs a little bit of treatment on his Volkite. So we have quite a packed schedule here. Very exciting stuff, as per usual on the Hobby Hang streams. Francois, how's it going? Good to see the usual suspects in chat. Eric Brandenburg asks, is at what the 40k is on Nocturne time? Yeah, a little bit later than usual. Funnily enough, I postponed the stream start time from yesterday to today. I don't want to say anything as dramatic as inspiration, but I had the impetus for a video, and so I recorded quickly and edited quickly a video for Sunday. Nothing crazy, okay? I just thought, you know what? Let's try something out and see how it does. On the texture paint side, we're going to try out some dry ground. That should be suitable for a desert, right? And who needs some rocks? Maybe these two Battle Brothers. Heavy Bolter's pretty interesting, and this guy's got a stone up front already, so let's put a little bit of a slate-shaped piece of cork on these bases. Captain Poseidon says, my bases are quite simple. Martian Iron Earth, Best-Silicanum Gray, Gray Wash, some snow via super glue and baking soda. Oh, very nice. I've never tried a frosty basing scheme. I wonder if this is a cool way to... If you have a large enough blade, you could use cork to create dunes, and then just put your sand texture over top. That could be kind of neat. Francois says, just got a Lord Relictor to make a kit bash from. Interesting. Lord Relictor sounds... I can't not think of Tyranids, but I'm sure it has nothing to do with Tyranids. A Lord Relictor. I think that might help balance the poos of this guy a little bit. Eric Brandenburg says, at with the 40k, have you heard about Major Kill's crusade against the abominable intelligence that stole his content? No, I have not. For better or for worse, maybe for worse, I don't follow too many other 40k content creators. For one, mostly I like to keep my commentary purely my own. But that's a bummer. People have been using AI and stealing his content, I take it. That's super lame. I don't like that piece at all. One second, guys. I'm doing very very taxing tasks at the moment. So I'll take a look-see at chat once I get these pieces in place. Jesus. Good Lord. I wonder if by putting cork like so, you can create a kind of rocky shelf. The idea is kinda neat. I don't hate it. You can see it's not an exact science. Yeah, I'm just gonna glob up this this base with super glue. That's what we're gonna do. Let's turn this the other way. And once this dries, I'll just snip it with some clippers. So it's not so pointy. I think that amount of geometry should be sufficient. Okay, so let's see. What did I miss? Captain Poseidon says the more elite a unit, the more snow they get on the base. My Scarab Occult's entire bases are covered in snow. Oh, that's a fun way to add a little bit of visual signifiers for your opponent. I'm a big fan of that. Make it as easy as possible for your army to be engaged with, right? Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor says, hey, how's it going? It's going well, Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor. Yeah, good day. Good day. Feeling good. Hope everyone in chat is feeling good as well. Captain Poseidon says Lotara is not AI. She made a video on that. Lortara. Is this another content creator whose username is a reference to the 40k character? You can tell how out of the loop I am on other content creators. I don't I don't keep up. I don't keep up. I watch the occasional bat rip from Winters because it warms my heart, and that's kind of it. Eric Brandenburg says yes, and I am putting the word out to other 40k content creators so they don't get ambushed by anything except this son of Korax here. And you use wooden kitchen skewers for intricate gluing. That's a good tip. Definitely keeps your fingers saved. That's for sure. Captain Poseidon says, do the Firekeepers have any special unit or something like that? Like a Terminator Elite, Deathwing, or Fire Drake style? Simon Kelly says, just doing the rounds. Much appreciated, Simon Kelly. Thank you. Thank you kindly for that. Captain Poseidon says, Lotara lore, yes. I see. Well, that's super lame that another content creator is stealing the work of another. See, I do the opposite. I just don't watch any 40k content creators. Saves me the trouble. He keeps me out of... keeps me from doing anything terrible. Kit Bash Carnage, how's it going? Hope all is well. Right back at you, dude. Right back at you. Today we're basing. Working with the dry ground. Perfect for desert basing. Captain Poseidon asked, do the Firekeepers have any unique units? I've made quite a few unique characters. But unique units... I have some creative modification. Creative modification sounds so pompous. I made some conversions to Eradicators with underslung meltaguns that I always thought might be a sort of hybrid profile, something with a little maybe less longer range but less potency in the damage output, but nothing crazy, like, honestly. Wish I had a more exciting answer for you. I did Kit Bash. Jeez. I'm making a mess with this texture paint. Apologies, guys. I have suppressors from the old Vanguard kit. Oh my god. I just fucking made a huge mess on myself. Okay. Okay, let's carry on. I built some custom suppressors from that old Start Collecting Vanguard Space Marines box. And I never painted them, but I kit bashed them to have missile launchers, because I thought it was more suitable, actually, to use a sort of airburst type projectile for suppressing fire rather than an autocannon. I also thought it looked cooler, given their kind of weird... You know, the suppressor armor is admittedly, like, weird, I think. I don't think that's a disagreeable take. That ominous pattern Mark 10 armor is just like, you'd never see it anywhere again. It's like Games Workshop was feeling out an idea, and I think that's the end of that. But in any case, I thought they could use a different weapon type. I also have my aggressors with a single power fist and a heavy flamer, because I felt that better aped the pyroclast aesthetic from the salamanders. I don't know if I would call it a unique unit necessarily, kind of like a derivative or the Firekeeper's take on these units. I do have one of my gladiators. One of my gladiators is heavily converted, and it actually uses the top mount for Rhino turrets. Or, sorry, for Rhino pattern turrets. So, in actuality, that Gladiator tank has... I counted it as a Gladiator on the tabletop, but really it's using a Stalker, the Stalker missile launcher from, like, the old anti-vehicle weapon. It's an anti-air vehicle. I believe it's a Stalker, or it's the Hunter. I mean, it could take both turrets, but I built it as the one with the big missile. I guess technically that's a unique unit, for what it's worth. This is a tough question. Tougher than I thought it would be. Okay, so now the base is covered with some texture. Let's try and just add a bit of variance to this plateau. Might need to bridge that seam a little bit. Just fortify that. Gotta make it nice and strong. Eric Brandenburg. Speaking of something terrible, any salamanders in this desert going to shut up? We ain't found shit. Firstly, love the reference. Excellent, excellent taste. Maybe. They find war in the desert. That's what's up. They're either, you know, waging war or hunting monsters, I'd wager. Okay. Look, one is already done. How about that? Who is next? Let's grab one of these Victrix guys. So I used to use a Grelin Badland for my bases, and it has an admittedly different texture, I can already tell. I thought I'd try something different, because you know me. Why be consistent? So we're going to have to paint the beige sort of color onto this dry ground. Which isn't a big deal. Just water down some... I have some Kislev flesh ready to go. And why would every area of the desert be the exact same? You got some sandy areas, you got some dry areas, right? I think it'll be okay. Captain Poseidon says my chapter special unit is their entire 8th company of the Red-Handed. The King's Hand have the Gene Seed curse of the pre-unification wars Ultramarines, which is essentially barbarism. Oh, what a twist. Appropriate name, if that's the case. Very cool. Francois says, I'm not so sure it's AI. I think it's just another failed OnlyFans model wondering where the simp shekels are. And grifting Warhammer content, like all these other chicks that have started channels. Perhaps, yeah, it is. I don't love it. I'm not jealous at all. I feel like maybe if I had fancy fingernails, my channel would be bigger. Let's put it that way. I'm not jealous at all. So funny. Kid Bash Carnage says, no motivation myself, just been such an admin day in work, so going off track and going to sculpt slash kit bash something. Try to get it done in the next 30 minutes. Meant to have a video out, but Carnage is my life. I feel that. Yeah, like I don't think it's, as a general rule of thumb, I don't think it's worth phoning in content or forcing it. Especially in this hobby. I think it needs to be a passionate endeavor. I want to try and build up some larger areas. You know, gotta get some variety in height, I think. That should go a long way, I think. Even though you don't think it's a big deal. I think areas of greater density and areas of more sparse, flatter texture would yield a better aesthetically pleasing result. Captain Poseidon says, any Marines who go berserk go into the third company and have their left blue gauntlet, the chapter's pride and joy as it represents, G-Man's Hand of Dominion, painted in red. Oh, big sad. A little bit of a Death Company vibe there. It's not a bad thing, though. DM Pawn only fans. What now? Yikes. Welcome, DM Pawn. Try to catch the arrivals as they come, but look, some of you guys slip through. Eric Brandenburg says, Tim Russ, Star Trek Voyager's Tuvok early in his career. Tuvok's pretty based. He's a cool character. Let me fix my chair so my back doesn't get fucked up. There we go. Okay, so this guy's super glue should be dry. Oh crap. Oh jeez, I have to go get my clippers. It's just out of arm's reach. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Eric Brandenburg says, I wonder how a pile of ash would contrast with desert sand. Might look weird. I don't know. I think ash might be a hard... I never tried it. Maybe it's easier than I think it would be. Get this piece out of there. I wonder, can I cut this to level? or at least closer to level. We'll see if this is a cool result or a lame one. Captain Poseidon says, believe me, you unconsciously paint or build sloppy when you force yourself to do paint or build when you don't actually want to. Absolutely. Absolutely. The end result certainly suffers. And then I get very, I don't want to say filled with despair, but I begin to wonder, what am I even doing? Like, this is supposed to be a pastime. I'm supposed to be enjoying this activity, right? That is just me, though. Some of my buds in the local play group kind of, I can tell they love the grind. They love the cramming, so to speak. The late nights trying to get something built for an event. I rather do not. Oh God. Francois says, yeah, imagine you spend a bunch of money on a streaming setup to do OnlyFans thinking you're a 10 out of 10 when in reality you're a 4 or 5. Going to sell your gear for a loss, or start grifting content men enjoy. Perhaps. It is certainly a lane, I should say. It's rather predatory. Maybe predatory isn't the right word. It's definitely a... I feel a way about it, but I don't know how to put it into words. Well, it might be predatory in the case of individuals who might, like, you know, unsociable men or men who have difficulty socializing. It might be predatory in that context, you know, in a sense. Because those personality types, I suspect, would be very hungry for that sort of engagement. Let's build up this this area here, like a... Trying to evaluate the variance in height, you know, from the eye level point of view. So hopefully, when the wash is applied, it creates some good, interesting shading. Then our rocky shelf, will it work? We'll see. Maybe I can just, while this is dry, just stick a few more of these cork pieces in. That's like a pro tip right there, guys. Look at me giving these pro tips. See, you don't even need to glue it because it'll hold itself down. And it keeps your desk clean. How about that? Clean as you go. Just take your garbage and stick them in your texture paste. Yeah, I think that'll look pretty cool. You know what? It's a cool detail. It's too bad it's off on his side, but I kind of wish he was looking on the base like this way, or his front of his body was facing this way. Oh well, look. Tis what it is. Try and keep these guys in a kind of order so I can evaluate how well they're drying. Paint games, I don't know anything. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see ya. It says you don't know until you've tried. Ooh. You know, without context, I can only assume you're referring to something very wholesome. Alright, I'm back. Captain Poseidon says, honestly, Lotara might be a failed OnlyFans model. Her video titles are literally Woman Explains 40k. You know, there's an element of the whole content creator shtick that I hate. And part of it is like titles and thumbnails. And I think your example there, Captain Poseidon, speaks exactly to what I don't like. It's like the titles are structured, and I guess the thumbnails too are structured in a way to capitalize on the lizard brain or something like that. This brush is going to be dead after this, that's for sure. We must take great care to hide the seams. Hide the seams of this piece of cork. Fun fact, contrast paints aren't paints, they're ink. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I think this idea of just taking offcuts and applying them as your textured paste is going down is like genius, guys. I think I've made a huge discovery. I think the The hobby scene will never be the same. Whoops. Oh, let's turn that. I like that better the other way. Paint games, I don't know anything it says at with the 40k. I was referring to Space Cat Mids. Fair enough. Fair enough. That is rather wholesome. I mean, surely, how could it not be wholesome? Francois says, I watched the apology video. Oh, this is creator drama, huh? And it's very much the normal female dodge of accountability and crocodile tears. I think Lotara is a a fatty. Jeez. Jeez, Francois. Well, you know, stealing's bad, okay? So, maybe you get what you deserve. I say that again. I don't. I don't keep up with the comings and goings of the 40k content creator drama. Maybe we don't even need to spend time super gluing cork down if you just attach it with your texture paint. For this guy, we'll try and carry a rock shelf along this frontal arc. I think that'll look really cool, really help frame his bolter, to use a manner of speaking. Or a turn of phrase, I suppose. This is fun stuff, huh, guys? Just applying some texture paste with some cool tunes and some cool dudes. I see that Francois is doing his thing, okay, going off, and I support the passions of our hobby, and there are principles, I think, which Francois is very right and, you know, just to defend. But I think we should leave room for exceptions, okay? There will be, there is possibly, you know, there's a possibility that there can be a female who could enjoy the hobby for what it is, okay? I wouldn't want to paint every individual with the same brush. Get it? Look, that's a hobby pun for you. Okay, so let's see if we can just adhere some rocky sort of shapes here. So we might have to cut this one a bit. Oh, jeez. Oh, we're making a mess of it. Look, it's okay. It's just basing. And I take a bit of a stone feature on that side. I hope all this actually adheres. I'm assuming it will with the texture paint. That would be unfortunate if it didn't. Time Guy, welcome. Oh jeez, what did I miss? Eric Brandenburg asking the real questions. Thoughts on Heavy Bolters this edition? Well, look, I think sustained hits is fine. I think -1 AP in this edition might as well be AP 0. There's just a lot of weird. There's covers everywhere, and so the AP system is kind of skewed. It's skewed because of it. But by that same token, AP was much more liberally doled out in the last edition, in 9th. And that had a different problem. So I don't know. Maybe this is just an overcorrection, right? They overcorrected. You know, I see things like Redemptor Fists having AP2, and I wonder why, right? I get subjectively when I see my Thunderhammers all having AP2, you know, and 1 less damage down to 2 from 3, bums me out because I like my heroic characters with their Thunderhammers. But I can understand, right? You want to address the vehicle issue because vehicles did die too quickly in 9th. I made a video about it, right? But in 10th edition, when vehicle melee weapons like the Redemptor Fist also is AP2, I'm just like, it's just too weird to me. Then you fight Marines and they use Armor of Contempt, and now your Redemptor Fist is like, normal Marines would be getting a 4-up from your Redemptor Fist? Like, it's too weird. It's terrible. I don't know. It feels bad, man. It feels bad. But it's not really related to Heavy Bolters. Look, I like Heavy Bolters. I think they're a classic Space Marine heavy weapon. Kind of humble compared to something more, you know, sophisticated, like a grav cannon, let's say, but I don't think Heavy Bolters are particularly great. Not for Marines. Maybe if leveraged by different units on different armies, like a Battle Sister or a Heavy Weapon Guardsman team, maybe they're better because you're paying less per model for that Heavy Bolter. Eric Brandenburg says, "At with the 40K, how is the ventilation in your hobby room? I'm a master HVAC tech, just curious." The ventilation is not great because when I stream, I don't want to keep the window open and get a whole bunch of environmental noises. So it's probably not ideal. Now I don't feel like I'm getting too inebriated by this texture paste at the moment. But oh, maybe I should be concerned. You tell me. Whenever I do any aerosol, I always try and do that in the garage or outside. Definitely, one does not simply just hold their breath and fire off the rattle cans, right? Captain Poseidon says there are lots of memorable TTS quotes, but why doesn't anyone talk about the line, "Almighty Microwave, I am your humble servant"? That's pretty good. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Martin Christensen, welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Look, our morale is not waning, guys. This is good. This is a good sign. Martin says, "What the 40K? After the birth of my son, I've returned to once again spread the word of Centurions." Well, congratulations, Martin Christensen. You have done your part. You have done your part. Awesome job, seriously. That's great. Great to hear. Happy for you, genuinely. Centurions, eh? I converted a Centurion, as an Assault Centurion back in the day, and I just never never used it since 8th edition. I fell out of love with that unit very quickly. That's another unit, Centurions, where I feel like they're probably not... feels like they're actively being disserviced by current rules. Then you have a unit like Eradicators that's... Like, the Eradicator and Gladiator Lancer. Like, I don't know about you, how you guys feel about the Space Marine landscape of units, right? But those two in particular, to me, just feel so blatantly... Like, you can feel the designers in the data sheet pointing to it and saying, use this. This is what you want to use. This is what we want you to use for your anti-vehicle solutions. And it's a big shame because there are many other units out there that I feel people put time into and money and all of that, and they don't get the rule support. Okay, so all of the texture stuff is down, which is good. Good. We're making progress. How's our champion? This dry? Looks pretty dry. Damn, that is some dry earth. Or dry ground. They weren't lying. Okay, so maybe we can begin the Kislev flesh phase, the Bayesianing of the texture paste. We're trying to make it look like Agrellan Earth, I think it's called. The GW texture paste. Eric Brandenburg says, I don't think we have a Necron player in my local group. That's weird. I feel like Necrons would be very popular. Space Undead is a cool idea. And it's a low skill floor for like hobby labor. I think it's a great entry point faction. Captain Poseidon says the Iron Hands are truly the most ignored legion. The Salamanders still have a trilogy. The Iron Hands doesn't even have a third book. Yep, I empathize with what you're saying, Captain Poseidon. It almost makes me want to collect Iron Hands, because they deserve it. You know, like, they deserve to be on par with their contemporaries. They have a cool meme. They have the meme ability. Flesh is weak, I'm the robot, all that shit. They have like a cool lane with cold logic. Like they are probably the best exemplifiers of any legion, loyal or heretic, of the cold logic trait, right? Probably, right? Who else would be up there? Maybe Iron Warriors, but I feel like they're more likely to. They're not I am the robot. I think once you have the I am the robot meme, that's the just... Iron Hands have that. They have that spot. The cold logic of a transhuman warrior, right? And I think that's an important thing that, you know, the Space Marine chapters and legions get characterized so much. And so many Space Marine characters are like, my emotions. God, okay, I didn't finish the Space Marine 2 campaign yet. And I'm assuming... you guys are fairly familiar with it probably, but fucking not Chiron. The other guy, the sergeant, and his emotions. He makes me cringe. Now, what kind of transhuman are you? Oh, my feelings. I want a reassignment. When we get back to base, I'm gonna request reassignment. Like, do your duty, guy. Come on. It's terrible. Jeez, like why are these Space Marines so emotional? It's cringe. Anyways, I like Iron Hands because I would expect there is none of that bullshit. Okay, so to make the beige color, I think I gotta mix these two. In some capacity. I'm not sure what the ratio is. And you know what? Maybe it's not best to start it because that's going to be a much faster process than applying texture paint. So maybe we'll do a little paint break. Well, I guess a base break. We'll do some painting. Paint game. Let me catch up with chat. I'm all over the place. Eric says you should fear the Necrons. Doomsday Blaster is a D6+1 blast. RBS 4+, strength 14, AP 3 damage, heavy, and blast. Yep, that's a good profile. At least it's D6+1 these days. Martin Christensen says, pretty sure it would be another story if the Devastator Centurions had 2 last cannons each instead of twin linked. Yes, God, I hate twin linked. It's just terrible. Like 90% of the time, I think everyone prefers extra shots. Yeah, I think that's probably the case. Like there's a few exceptions, like maybe aggressors when you already have a lot of volume, and then maybe you do want the reliability to wound a bit better. Like right, like, but I think they are the exception to the rule. Captain Poseidon says my chapter has a dreadnought from the Unification days, which they can only keep alive because they have him in a neighboring Forge world rather than their fortress monastery. Dang, taking that life support to a whole nother level. Hitting on a 4+, remember heavy. Yeah, Necrons have ways to add one to hit and reroll hit and all that stuff too. Eric Brandenburg says, my local group is like me and 2 other guys that can put together a 2,000 point list. Everyone else plays 500, 750, or 1,000 at most. Yeah, fair enough. Look, it's not a hobby for everybody. I think genuinely Kill Team's probably just an easier sell to anyone who is totally like not new, like totally new to the tabletop hobby space. Misfit says, evening. Evening to you as well, Misfit. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate sharing in on the hobby camaraderie. I'm just taking a little chat break while my texture paste dries. Captain Poseidon says, when Gilman visited my chapter after his reawakening, he was actively disappointed that his sons embraced the brutal barbarism of the Terran born once more after he had replaced it with Macragge stuff. See, Captain Poseidon, you've hit on something there, right? You've made a choice intentionally to make your chapter flawed, right? And I think that only serves the believability of the homebrew in this case. Right? It's not like my successors were the best ever, and then when Gilliman met my chapter, he went down to 1 knee instead of my chapter master going, like, it's not that. Because that would be cringe, right? Could you imagine someone writing that? I was like, my chapter master is so amazing. When the Primarch returned, he bowed. I'm like, okay. That's so funny. Captain Poseidon goes on to say, what do you think about Spearhead? I don't really intend to get fully into AOS, but I really like the Nighthaunt and Sylvaneth. I assume Spearhead is just like Combat Patrol, right? And I'm speaking from a place of knowing I might have mentioned that I wanted to try Spearhead in Age of Sigmar 4, but I didn't get a chance in the end. It's too much. It's too... I paint too slowly, I think, and before I can get attached to something... Oh, look, now Kill Team's coming out, right? And now I'm kind of... I want to see that rule set, because I am curious mechanically what's going on there. And it is more related to 40k, and maybe Kill Team can better serve things like thematic battle reports for my channel, so there is more of a draw also towards Kill Team in fairness, but yeah, I didn't get a chance to look at Age of Sigmar or their Spearhead. I think it's probably a game mode you can play with buying a starter army box, and then you have modified data sheets and you kind of roll some dice, have some fun. I think Age of Sigmar is probably more conducive to that. I don't know, maybe you guys can tell me. Does Age of Sigmar have a similar competitive influence bearing down over it the way it feels like 40k does, right? Like, is because to me it really feels like the rules writers and MetaWatch and all this stuff, it always points to even the roadmap was like, we're not releasing anything. Let's sit down and buckle up and see how the world championships turn out. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't like. It just feels like, okay, fine. I don't care about the competitive stuff, standings and balance, how balance unfolds and all of this, right? Does Age of Sigmar have that same kind of influence? That's what I'm wondering. Or is it a more wholesome fantasy game? But Nighthaunt and Sylvaneth are all such awesome ranges of models, man. Great picks. Great picks, Captain Poseidon. Misfit says, by the weekend's end, I should have all of Hivestorm painted. Impressive. Vespid are the last. How are you going to paint your Vespid? Oh, you're doing blue. I read ahead. The classic blue. Very nice. Time Guy says 40k is cool. I just don't like the constant rules changing and the 3-year edition change. It already feels like we're waiting for 11th. Yes, I think something happens with the constant edition changes. A lack of value, right? A restarting of the hamster wheel of product being released. You get to... I can't help but connect it to video games, right? In that, when you have a long-running series like Final Fantasy, for instance, flawed or as unflawed as each individual release may be, you release a new Final Fantasy, and it's like, what number now? 16? And it feels like a big deal, like a tentpole release. Like, wow, we're moving to a new game, right? A new Final Fantasy is coming out. And then I compare that to the seasonal releases, like your Call of Duties and like what happened with Assassin's Creed. And then I don't know. I wonder, it just feels like you're running up numbers too quickly. And there's no reverence for where we are. They just move on to the next thing. Feels bad. Feels bad to me. And you can have rules released, like modifications and seasonal changes without having to restart the whole hamster release wheel. You think 40k will ever get to the point where they drop the edition numbers because it's too embarrassing at the pace at which we're changing? Kind of like Assassin's Creed. It's like they stopped numbering them, so now you don't know what order you're supposed to play them in. If you're even supposed to anymore. Yeah, that texture paint is going to take a minute. So we'll paint a little bit of a Chapter Master. Looks like the Volkite is bronze, so we'll carry that through. Paint in some Volkite. He needs his weapon casings done as well. Pain Games on anything says, have a good evening, day or night. I'm going to go finish things now. Well, you have a good evening as well. I wish your evening... Well, I wish you a good evening. Let's see here. Time Guy says, I don't think 40k actually numbers their edition. They just call it New 40k. That's definitely the hashtag and branding they use. Yeah, you know, that is an excellent... Well, we'll see how the inevitable launch or handling of 11th edition goes. Because if that's the case, there could be a spicy video topic in there. A rather scathing video, I think. Captain Poseidon says, Chapter Masters in. Please give us a name for the guy. My Chapter Master, or Iron Marshal, if I were going by lore, is called Cassius Vallis. Right. Sure thing, Captain Poseidon. Yeah, you can see his name right here. It's a little nameplate. Akamu Torum. There's the Firekeeper's Chapter Master with his Volkite pistol. It's actually a Terminator, a Horus Heresy Terminator weapon. And an Eviscerator, because I think it's cool. Yeah, he used to have a miniaturized multi-melta, and I just felt like it was too much. Too extraordinary for a successor Chapter Master, I felt. He's got fancy armor, fancy sword, and a fancy gun. It's like, you can't have so much fancy stuff. I wish my lieutenant could lead a Desolation squad. Yep. That's not the only squad I'd like them to lead, for sure. You know, it's like apothecaries and blade guard veterans. Like, it's like one of the praises I gave 10th edition was the leadership, you know, system, because, well, I kind of prefer actually attaching a unit into, or a character into a unit, because I think, for one, it makes balancing that unit a little bit easier to define. They're not buffing so many units because everything's all bubbled up. And for two, there was an awkward situation where you could advance a unit that you'd like your guy to be leading, and they go 6, and then you advance your lieutenant who you want to give them the buff, and he rolls a 1, and now you're kind of out of position. So I like what attaching leaders into units does in that regard, but on the whole, it's like an imperfect execution, and, well, maybe you can just say it's a flawed execution, and their inflexibility with updating rules once they've been printed into data cards is annoying. Right? Like, why? Well, there's also no reverence. Like, okay, look, so I don't love the design of a Desolation Squad, but there's a cool idea there, and there's a product, and people bought it, and look, they exist, and they should be respected, is kind of my position on them. And when I look at what's happened with Desolation Squad, is they released before 10th, right? They were new and made available in 10th edition. And then they were broken as broken as fuck because of the Gladius combos and indirect fire. And they nerfed all of that, and now they're just like nerfed to obliteration. Like it's 200 points for 5 models, right? Or something like that. My numbers might not be exactly correct. But it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. And rather than fixing that issue, maybe dialing back their abilities, maybe changing what the Desolation Squad does so that they're more reasonable to take. Excuse me. So they're more reasonable to field. They're just going to rot. The Desolation Squad data sheet is just going to rot until 10th edition, probably, or 11th edition. What have I missed here in chat? Captain Poseidon says mine has a really weird power fist with a freaking plasma incinerator attached to it. VladX94, welcome to the stream. Just noticed you in chat now. Sorry if I missed you earlier. What's going on in chat, guys? Why can't we all just get along, okay? Just enjoy a wholesome bit of hobbying. Wouldn't that be better? Yeah, this texture paste is going to take a minute to dry, especially the areas I went admittedly heavy on. Maybe, like, I did the Lieutenant most recently, and how's it faring? Yeah, pretty raw still. It's fucking raw. Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor says, I like the Desolation Squads design-wise. They look completely stupid, which fits the rest of the setting. I guess that's a lens that you can use. It's a matter of preference. So it's aesthetics are subjective, I get it. I know some people who think they genuinely look cool, too, right? I don't know. It's not... I guess you can give the designers credit for trying a new direction and not just caving to nostalgia and trying to ape an older style of missile launcher, right? So there's something to that, but I can't help but feel like an over-the-shoulder quad rocket would have been fucking way cooler. Yeah, see, Captain Poseidon likes the Desolation Squads. It's, like, aesthetics are subjective, like I said earlier. I just sort of, my point was I just don't like how they're being handled by the rules upkeep of the system. Classic case of a new unit is bent, people abuse it, people buy it, and to abuse it, GW sells their inventory. They have a model where they wish to sell things to zero, right? They want to be out of stock. And then now, the rules aren't updated. It's almost as if they don't need to sell anymore, which is probably the case given how they operate. And I feel like it's just super lame. Super lame. And sucks for the people who want to field them and they have to pay for this way overcosted unit because of tournament abuse. It's almost like there should be 2 tiers of play. Okay, let's just put an all-over null and oil wash. Maybe that'll help his Volkites sit a bit better. Francois says I use Thalax cohorts as my Desolation Marines. That is an awesome idea, especially to circle things back if you were playing Iron Hands. Super cool idea. Okay, let's try and paint some beige. Let's see what happens. Let's get nuts. Eric says, I just want lethal hits on all those frag shots. Yep, I can appreciate that. It's an imperfect... I don't know, it's a... Surprise, surprise, I have annoyances with the game system. I kind of despise just basic mechanical things being neglected, like... I don't know. A Tech Marine disembarks from a vehicle, and because it's not in the command phase, he can't repair his vehicle. Things like that, right? It's just so awkward. Like what's the mechanical trade-off? Like, they want you to keep him on the field, so he's not safe to leverage that benefit. I don't feel like the argument is... Well, I think you could make a case that that's the tactical trade-off. But I think it just yields a worse game experience, honestly. Oh, Francois, right. You do play Dark Angels. That slipped my mind. Yeah, you know what? For the Dark Age weapons theme, I don't hate it. That is an angle. That is an angle. So I think this is sorta close to a Grelin Badland. Definitely feels like it's in the ballpark. You know what? We need a bigger brush for this. Yep. Let's try it out. Well, the color matching ain't bad. Should be close enough. You know, once you get all the dry brushing and wash in place, I think it'll shore up any differences. Captain Poseidon says, I wanted to buy the Iron Hand series, 2 books at my local bookstore. Turns out Black Library apparently didn't even bother to print it, only ebooks. Yeah, it's a bummer. Yeah, Iron Hands are done dirty all too often. Look, at least they got a character in Ferris, Ironfather Farius. That's his name, right? They can say more than the Traitor Legions. Well, the unloved ones, anyways. Time Guy says Desolation Squad should have been Gravis. I suppose. I'm indifferent on that front. This. Oh no! I hit an area that wasn't dried at all. And everything smeared. Okay, look, this is what I get. And this is why you should be more patient with your basing process. But now I have to continue because I have paint on this little bottle cap, right? I don't want to waste that. I have no other choice. Dark Angels are awesome. Yeah, Dark Angels are pretty cool. I like what they got going on. I think, like many things in 40k, they're inherently cool ideas. That, you know, it's just the writers at the time kind of failed to adapt those good ideas well. It's kind of a blessing in a way to not get attention from GW with regards to the Iron Hands, because it gives less opportunity for your cool ideas to be poorly adapted. That's every fan of a popular legion or chapter has has stories they would like to ignore. I think Space Wolf fans are probably the best go-to example for this principle of sorts. Captain Poseidon says some guy on YouTube essentially painted a grimdark Blood Angels using only a sponge, and I tried that on a Zangor. I love it. Though definitely not for people who don't like paint leaving texture behind. Good to know. I'm all for creative endeavors in the hobby. You know, working with different mediums and techniques. I think it's a quintessential element of the hobby, right? The time spent realizing what we put on the table. Okay, I want to let this dry a bit more. The Combi Lieutenant matters a bit more to me, and there's not much paint that'll go to waste on here anymore. So let's shift gears back to the Chapter Master. Wash looks about ready. Yeah, certainly dry. Okay, let's weapon casing. That's what's next. That is what's next. So, weapon casing colors are black and Steel Legion, no, Stegadon scale. Perfect. Francois says, I would like to ignore the super secretive Dark Angels accepting Primaris Tech Heresy from Call. Firstborn are just not playable anymore. Look, I think the leaning into the Dark Angel's secret is probably like not the best narrative choice. But yeah, the firstborn Primaris handling, like that's an area that I point to when people talk about retcons not being ever good. Like if GW were to retcon the Primaris stuff and just say they're not better Marines, they're not better than the status quo, they're just a new armor mark at a new model scale, I think no one would oppose that. I think everyone would probably agree that's that's better. I like that more. And that's basically how I've headcanoned it since launch. It's stupid. It's stupid and embarrassing on GW's part to make better Marines. And it feeds into the whole like contrast versus Chaos Space Marines. I am a strong believer that Chaos Space Marines should not be lesser than Primaris Marines. If anything, it should be the opposite. There has to be something gained from falling to Chaos. Call me crazy. Eric Brandenburg says, I tell fellow military veterans about 40k. I recount the line barging into the bridge of Eventual Spirit to grab Luther. They all take a knee, despite Horus being there. Yeah, it was a cool moment. That was in one of the earlier books, right? I might have actually just read that online. That excerpt. Cool scene, though. Cool scene. So we still haven't gotten any concrete state of the Imperium updates with regards to the Lion and how he fits in since his return, right? It's just not Psychic Awakening. Dark Arcs of Omen. That's all we have, right? He did have a novel, but doesn't that just overlap with the same period of time? Or am I mistaken? I am quite, the more time goes on, the less exciting, the less rose-colored glasses, or I guess the rose fades from our colored glasses. With regards to like how cool the lion's return to the setting was. As time has gone on, I've grown only more and more disappointed with it on, review. Like, what is he even doing? Francois says, you're correct. Models have been sold. The marketing is over. Ignore the previous thing. Get excited to buy next thing. Okay, fair. Yeah. Glad. Well, I'm not glad. I was hoping I'd be enlightened. Actually, Kiefer, that book did come out, and he met up with he met with the Emperor. Yeah, it's a big old bummer. If you're gonna bring back Primarchs in that fashion, who even cares? Just make models. Make models of the Primarchs. Like, why pretend? Why pretend it's a big deal? And that it takes so much work and setup. You cannot just simply bring them back because of the huge implications it would have, right? Like, why would you act that way if you're going to release the lion as you did? That's another good video topic. We're getting some good video topics discovered through these streams, guys. So what am I even looking at? How does this weapon casing work? try and see if I can get some blends on these panels. It is a chapter master's weapon, you know, so I think it'd be good, it'd be really neat if we can make it look nice. Okay, we'll come back to this guy and we'll come back to him after. Just an edge highlighting on that Volkite blaster. Once we get a bit of beige on our combi lieutenant. Eric Brandenburg. I see your message, and I'll read it in a moment. Eric says the Emperor had Horus and his legion all trained, but still sent out the Dark Angels first, because he knew how good they really were. Yeah, they are the first legion, the proof of concept, the template legion, as I like to think of them as. Very flexible, able to kind of demonstrate a wide array of tactics. let us see here. Actually, now that the all the beige areas are done, I can probably hit some of these stones with some London Grey. That is probably what I ought to do. Dark Angel's Impulsor full of Hellblasters is terrifying. Yes. Yes. Those weapons from the Dark Age that were built in the Modern Age, but still benefit from the Dark Age. I'm with you. I only poke fun. Okay. I truly wonder, though, if, like, in the timeline where GW isn't pushing product, right? I wonder if the Dark Angels would have been treated more like the Grey Knights and not take on the Primaris, the Primaris armory, because we have better shit. We make our own shit, right? I think taking on a new armor mark standard, a Primaris template, Apotheosis process, those kinds of those elements which aren't tied to Dark Age technology, I think they would adopt those the same way I think the Grey Knights would. Why would they not? Why would the Grey Knights not use Primaris Astartes templates and just use their Psi-Steel armor and all their special gadgets and gadgets? The reason they don't is because they have products they wish to sell. Surprise, surprise! Donzilla, welcome! Good to see ya! Welcome! Welcome, Donzilla, with a membership badge. Very cool, very cool. I like it. I think it's neat. And Alfarius, of course. Where are the Lamenters? Where are they indeed? Okay, let's see here. Thomas Thermidor, welcome to the stream. Eric says, can you imagine the Lion seeing a Primaris and asking who that Marine is and why is he so tall? Yeah. Let's just pretend like that wouldn't happen. And so he doesn't, right? It's very funny. Let's pretend it doesn't exist. Thomas Thurbador says, I really appreciate the shade work on this model. I'm working on a librarian rune priest conversion for Space Wolves. Ah, very nice. I talk on Space Wolves from time to time. I think there's a lot to like about Space Wolves, and I think it's part meme cult. Look, I think Space Wolves players get bullied. That's what I think. I think they get bullied by. It's caused by the authors writing cringe shit from time to time, but the players can't help that, right? If you're a guy who likes Viking themes, right? You're gonna want to play Space Wolves because you like that stuff. And I don't know. I think you guys are getting what I'm saying. Oh, Ferry says I need to strip the paint. It takes so long though. Oh, jeez. You know, I support you for committing, Alfarius. Man of his word. Whoever thought we would say that about a guy named Alfarius? Dang, this paint is still wet. What am I going to do? Maybe I'll just have to blend it. That might be the solution. What are we going to do? Oh yes, that's from my favorite Padawan learner from Star Wars Episode 3. God, say what you will about the prequels, but the memes are amazing. Okay, we'll leave that like so, but you know what? I think there's unfortunately an area that needs a little bit more dry ground. You just need a big, globby bit of texture paste. Donzilla says, Space Wolves would be cool if I haven't already painted 3k points of Imperial Fists and Black Templars. And Donzilla says, I'm working on painting up some of the Tempestus Aquilons for Kill Team. Very cool. Very cool. I have been told that those things are going to be the menace of 40k. Surprise, surprise, right? New models are busted. But in Kill Team, I'm sure they'll... Well, I'd hope. This is my optimistic side slipping. Or exposing itself, but I'm hoping it would be well integrated. Alferi says, out with the 40k, got Metal Grimaldus coming in on the next week or so. Gonna be fun painting up the old model. Hey, that's That's very cool. There's an appeal to the old hammer. A certain charm those models have. Like, I would actually love to paint up old Lamarties. Partially out of spite, because I hate new Lamarties. He gives me black rage, okay? Terrible. I'm gonna paint this old rock feature. Yeah, this guy is the most boring base of the lot, I think. But that's okay. Not everyone in a squad can be cool. Francois says Space Wolves such to paint, so many details on even the most basic of a unit. That's an excellent point, yeah. Yeah, like, painting cultists is, like, the worst for that. So the cheapest, most fodder unit, and they're so detailed. Such poor quality units or models, but so highly detailed. All of their trinkets. But that's also in part what makes the tabletop look good, right? All those extra details. That's why Dark Angels and Black Templars look so good. Oh, they have all those gothic details, right? They have all those Crusader design elements that the basic Mark X armor doesn't have. Where's my London Grey? Oh, here it is. Eric Brandenburg says the unbearable dankness of memes. Nice. I like that a lot. Gonzilla says, I love the prequel trilogy, to be frank. I grew up with those movies. Hell yes, Donzilla. I enjoyed them as well. The prequels have a... Look, I won't claim they're excellent films, but they're very entertaining. And they got heart. They got heart, okay? They got it where it counts. The women and the children. I hate them. It's amazing. Amazing dramatic highs and lows. Godzilla says, the 3-inch deep strike with a Melta carbine is crazy for Aqua 1s and 40k. Yeah, that does sound crazy. What is a Melta carbine? Let me guess. It's something that always existed. But yeah, I'm with you. 3-inch deep strike is... For an army like Guard, that kind of utility, like if you have, it could really, even if they don't kill anything, if you're paying guardsman points for 3-inch deep striking units, that can be crazy. That can just control, limit movement like mad. Alright, you just have 3 units of those. They're cheap because they're, well, they're not exactly guardsmen. It's not fair for me to claim them as such. They are Tempestus Scions. They are elite. But I think what they will be is cheap because they're new. And GW will feign ignorance. Oh yeah, how could we know? How could we know they'd be good? Now it makes sense to raise the points. After you've bought it all. It's so stupid. Forgive my salty attitude. Look, I'm just making up narratives and living in them, okay? It's not, it hasn't happened yet. Eric Brandenburg says Lamarty's is arguably the most 40k thing in 40k. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I really wonder if Sisters of Battle or Admech is more emblematic of, is more quintessential of 40k's grim, dark, gothic, you know, sci-fi setting, right? That's what 40k is at its core, right? And I wonder if the witch-hunting sci-fi nuns with guns are more emblematic of that theme broadly, right? It might be. So, it's a take. It's a take. Ferris says, Mr. 40k, my Lamenters are going to be my first all-Primaris army, and excuse me, and I'm gonna be running Death Company. I gotta get all the new models. If you must. Personally, I would not. You know what, I say this not looking at the kits. I'm not sure how adaptable they are. Check, Alfarius. Check and see if you can get away with just intercessors and a paint job. Especially if... Depending on the pricing. Like, I just don't check Games Workshop products anymore. I haven't been buying as of late. But I remember when Assault Intercessors with jump packs came out, and it was like $80 for 5. And a box of 10... Intercessors at the time for 10 was like $85 or something like this. And then you just 3D print jump packs, and Bob's your uncle, off you go. 10 for the price of 5, basically. Right? Check for that possibility. I don't know how the Blood Angels kits are structured, but it's worth verifying, certainly. Eric Brandenburg says, yes, cry, traitor, cry because the Emperor doesn't love you anymore. Nice. Francois and cheating Alfarius, you're supposed to be painting Yellow Lamenters, not generic Death Company, Blood Angels. Oh, yes, Francois has an excellent point. That is not the, that's quite a dodge, actually. Almost got it past me, too. Donzilla says it's just a short barrel Melta with assault and 10-inch range. For 90 points on the unit, they're going to be a great action/distraction piece. Yep, I can see that. A short-barreled Melta, 10-inch range. So it's kind of like a Melta pistol, but I guess 2 shots, probably. Like a 2-shot Meltagun. Or no, probably just 1. Yeah, the normal Meltagun is 9 now, right? In any case, yeah, even if they don't kill things, 3-inch Deep Strike at a cheap price is awesome. That has such big implications in the game where you move 5 times. Yeah, guarantees. Good save, Dunsilla. Good save. Eric Brandenburg says, basically a carbine is the version of a rifle stripped down to the barest of essentials to be carried and fired. Oh, well, thank you for the definition, Eric. Yeah, so you can take it down to being a more mobile, fire on the go type of Meltagun. Though I thought a Meltagun was always an assault weapon. I guess this is even more of an assault weapon. Even more. Crazy. Who would have thought? Well, let's hit this spot I missed. And before this dries up, let's see if the goop can be covered up. Yeah, I think so. Alright, who is next for the Grey? The London Grey. Eric, no. Alfaris says my ears were assaulted by the loudest ad known to mankind. Are there ads? Ads should be off. I mean, we're so late into the stream, so my humblest apologies. But I usually have that set to default off. Is there an easy toggle for this or what? Not really. We'll have to go to edit. Oh, here it is. It is on. Here, I'm going to... Jesus. Okay, that should do it. That should stop now. Sorry about that, Alfarius. Apologies for your ears. Hope you didn't get too spooked. Oh, good point, Eric. Good point, Eric. Good point. Yeah, Stardies are much more capable with their powered armor and larger stature. Though I'm pretty sure Scions already had Meltagons. I don't know. I kind of take it to, and maybe this is headcanon and not actual canon. But I've always kind of figured, from a lore point of view, a bolt gun wielded by a guardsman versus one of an Astartes would not be the same caliber of weapon. Or a Battle Sister or Meltagun or whatever, right? Even though they have those options available in a much more limited capacity, especially in the case of like a guardsman or Imperial Guard. I kind of always figured they were... Oh, here's a human-sized bolt gun, right? And then the rules writers make the delineation of stats, like, oh, are we going to treat them all the same, or are we going to try and create a separation of value with the stat line of this weapon relative to its Astartes counterpart? Kind of like the chainsword, you know, you have an Astartes chainsword versus a regular chainsword. I figure, you know, bolters, a bolt gun would be an Astartes bolt gun relative to the Commissar bolt gun. Or bolt pistol or whatever. Eric Brandenburg says, I don't want to hear about fair from you, traitor. When my father is done with Lorgar, I am telling him you are here. Hey, you know what? Lorgar's a bad guy. You shouldn't like him. he's evil. He's lost. His soul is gone. You can't get much more heretical than Lorgar. But look, that's why I like him. Eric Brandenburg says there's a theory that the Primaris being bigger, and by extension their bigger bolt rifle, is that bolt rifles are too big for little traitor marines. Yeah, I hate this, and it's cringe. That is the implication. What a cringe thing to do to your antagonist faction. Make them lesser than. It's so absurd. Like truly. Now you have a less intimidating force for your heroes, as GW would like to frame them, to go up against, right? It's so stupid. So stupid. Long-time channel fans will be familiar with how I felt about the 2-wound. The addition of 1 wound Chaos Space Marines and 2 wound Loyalist Marines, right? It's a whole edition went by. Let us never forget. And now Scouts have 2 wounds. It's a classic overcorrection on GW's part. I think Scouts at 1 wound T4 are rather tasteful. Who is Alfarius? Most people these days call him Rabute Gulaman. Hey, fake news. I won't stand for it. I won't stand for that disparagement against our Lord Commander. Francois. Francois says 2 Wind Scouts is retarded. I don't disagree. I think it's super lame. What an overcorrection. Ugh. And they're also so tall now. Like, it's crazy. Like, there's... I don't know. The embigging of Loyalist Marines is... It's problematic when the traders aren't scaled equally. NGW had the opportunity to... Because Primaris came out first before Chaos got their... Chaos Space Marines, the Legions, got their new standard size. And GW fucked it up, made them smaller. But their Terminators were still bigger until 10th edition. And then the Loyalist Terminators are still, still bigger. Oh my god, I hate it. I hate it. It's terrible. They don't understand. The narrative is worse when your villains are less intimidating. Can we all agree? Look, the bases are coming together. However, I don't know how much longer you guys got in you. What's the hobby morale saying? I do have a bit more flexibility today, given that it's the weekend. So if the gang is willing, we can keep going. I do need to give these a wash. A wash of, is it Cassandora yellow? Some kind of yellow. But it's almost over, so I might have to do a substitution with some yellow ink. Let's see here. Alfera says, Kurz should have ended Corax. Yeah, probably. Eric Brandenburg says, well, a normal size trader can't make use of looted Primaris weapons and power armor. Oh yeah, I hate it. People ask me, why must I hate? This is why. Alfarius says, ask what the 40k, does Chaos not have Primaris? And if not, why are they getting larger? The phrasing of that's so funny. It's so funny to me. Why are they getting larger? And if not, why are they getting larger? Oh, God. You're a comedic genius, Alfarius. No, Chaos does not have Primaris. It's a weird thing GW has done. And it's another problem with the lore and narrative writing decision to implement Primaris as this betterer type of marine than the standard, right? Because as soon as you introduce Primaris, and it's not just one chapter of hyper elite guys that go in, kill, and vanish like ghosts. It's a whole crusade. It's everywhere, right? It's legions, plural, size of, the Indomitus or the Ultima founding, right? At the start of the Indomitus Crusade. And as soon as you do that, it's going to take one engagement before a traitor Space Marine sees the difference and they start back engineering, or they do a raid on any of the shit. What are these called? The ships which bequeath the Primaris making technology to chapters. I forget what they're called. But there's a specific term for them. They would either raid those forces, those ships, and it's purely something that doesn't happen because they do not wish to open up that. Because products aren't sold that way, is what it comes down to. Because they, the GW, do not wish to sell Primaris better size Marines for Chaos Space Marines, which I don't even want to advocate for because I think it's a stupid idea. But that's the logical consequence of bringing it to the world, right? And this is the problem. It creates such a cyclical, or it's like a circular logic of stupidity that the Primaris introduction brings to the setting. It's like, or a circular plot hole, something like that. We're working out this idea in real time, guys. So excuse the. It's not a. Yeah. Anyways. Forward for the Emperor. Time Guy says full day stream. LFG. Let's fucking. Okay, yeah, we'll go a bit longer. That's cool. I would like to see these bases through. Because I think. Yeah, I'd like to be done. I would like the Firekeeper's arc for the streams to be over. Not that I don't like them, but I think it's time for a change. Okay, we'll do our second pass on the... I should have base coded this, so that was my bad. It's this beige layer paint over the black base coat. It just did not carry. Surprise, surprise. Eric says Kurz is the second worst Primarch in terms of how much of a loser he is. Angron is a #1 loser Primarch. This is very funny to me. Primarch discussions, I can't help but connect them, or Primarch rank orders. I can't help but connect it with like my dad can beat up your dad kind of energy. So it's very funny to me. But I embrace it. I think that's part of the friendly tribalism of, 40k and Space Marines. Yeah. Look, in the case of Kurz and Angron, well, GW with Angron for sure loves the tragedy angle. It's like a tragedy porn, basically, for Angron, as of late. Like, when Sanguinius makes him cry, I'm like, oh my god. What are you doing? What are you doing to my angry demon man? I don't want to see Angron cry. Is that too much to ask? Like, I get it, okay? Angron has a tragic backstory. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible what happened to him. But, like, stop leading so hard into it. It's time to move on. Time to just embrace Angron being a rage machine. Oh, we're done. Our playlist is over. Okay, let's go back. Francois says a raid on Mars. If that's in reference to the a traitor group, a traitor allied force going after the Primaris creation tech. They don't have to raid Mars. That'd be preposterous. They just have to raid any chapter base, any fortress monastery. And then once that happens, that technology is available. Eric Brandenburg says every other Primarch conquers their homeworld, but not Angron. He gets enslaved and lobotomized by a mortal tyrant. Well, Eric, when you put it like that. Yeah. Interesting point. Yeah, how do we reconcile this? How do we script doctor it, right? Well, you would have to have his homeworld be like ruled by a superhuman xenospecies that is able to kind of overpower him when he's a more vulnerable youth, even though Primarchs are super strong when they're children. Yeah, I think that's how you would have to do it, right? And the lion's able to live like Mowgli in the jungle or whatever, but in Angron's case, he gets put on a terrible planet, basically, and is found out. And is, we need to better be able to justify how he gets lobotomized. So funny. Francois says it's super obvious the Lion is the best Primarch. He's killed multiple other Primarchs, killed the demon Angron as an old man, while Sanguinius in his prime got spanked. I thought Sanguinius also terribly beat up Demon Angron. Didn't he make... Wasn't Sanguinius the one to make Demon Angron cry in the Horus Heresy? Or in the Siege of Terra? I would request a verification from chat on the matter. Okay, we will begin the wash process, but first, excuse me, but first, I want to edge highlight the Chapter Master's Volkite. Just gotta put some lines down, lay down some lines. Eric says that with the 40k, what you described happened to Martarion, and he still came out on top. What I describe is that in reference to... Have I got my Primarch fights backwards? No way. I'm pretty sure Sanguinius fought Angron in the Horus Heresy. Oh, I see what you're saying, Eric. You're talking about... You're talking about Angron's homeworld and the species which would rule it. Yes! That is... So I'm not entirely familiar with Mortarion's origin story. Is the planet he landed on, yes, it's ruled by the Barbaran King or whatever, that bad guy. He's a bad man, okay? He's a bad father figure. But... Is he not still taken in as a son, but has a sort of abusive relationship? What's the circumstance of his capture, I guess, is what we want to define, or what I need to verify. Yeah, because that would basically be what it boils down to. We can write it so Angron is like justified in his lobotomy, right? If he's found early enough, it can even be like, well, we have to contrive it. It's literally what we're doing, right? So yeah, it is contrived, but look. A contrivance to justify the concept, I think, is not bad writing. A contrivance for the payoff, I think, is, you know, towards a climax or a twist, I think is much worse. Angron's a loser who got lobotomized. Oh, I can't get over that. It's too funny. Yeah, it really became like clear to me that GW wants to, not GW, probably the writers, or maybe it is GW. I don't know. But they wanted to really lean into the tragedy porn angle of Angron. This idea, like, at some point, Angron was, like, defined to have, like, super empath powers to only make his story more tragic, right? It feels a bit, much for me personally. Yep, I am with you guys. I am with you. Eric was referencing the planetary circumstance of Mortarion and Angron. Took me a second, but I got there. Sigismund is cooler than Dorn. Prove me wrong. Yeah, probably. Dorn is... GW wants Dorn to be cool, that's for sure. They want him to be the star for the Siege of Terra, and he kind of should be. But it doesn't have to be... I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Was Dorn always able to just solo Demon Primarchs like Fulgrim? Expert duelists that are now Demon Primarchs? It strikes me as weird. Like, I feel like I had to stretch for... like, only superlative duelist types, like maybe Sanguinius and Lion, should be able to do such a feat. Feels like they gave him that, and he probably really shouldn't have been able to... I don't know. Though I am admittedly not hyper familiar with Rogal Dorn. Eric, excuse me, all the streaming's getting to the old vocal cords. Eric says Sanguinius as a baby did psyker stuff to charm his first followers into not killing him, despite them being afraid of his wings. What I like about the Dorn Horse Heresy model is no fancy toys. He has a chainsword, bolter, and his legion. That's all Dorn needs to accomplish the mission. Yes, I do like that choice of characterization. Alfaris says Dorn, of all people, being an amazing duelist is questionable. I don't remember him having moments like that previously. And if he did use a sword, it should be a massive one that swings at hordes. Dorn should not be a duelist, to be honest. Okay, interesting sentiment. I'm sensing we're on the same track here. Francois says, I think of Dorn as a sergeant from the movie Avatar. Yeah, I think so. That resonates with me because I think you're probably tapping into something there, Francois. It's the white flat top, right? The white-haired flat top. Very funny. Just a super macho dick with a buzz cut and a badass scar who likes to build sandcastles or fight on other people's... Yeah. We will just put some subtle edge highlights on this weapon casing. Sort of cheating here, just putting lines down on the top facing edges. I think sometimes you can get away with that. Yeah, Fulgrim's another weird one. There are, and again, it comes down to author adaptation of the concept, right? Because there's a plot point in, I think it's in the Fulgrim book, like one of the earlier Horse Heresy books, where it's like they're doing a story arc, or a story beat rather, where Ferris and Fulgrim are best friends, and they're going to gift each other a relic weapon, and that's how Fulgrim gets his sword, and Ferris gets his hammer, because I think they craft them for each other, if I recall correctly. But what struck me as super weird is like Fulgrim is so good at being perfect, he can forge equally, if not better, than Ferris Manus. And then that's where I'm like, oh, I don't know. I feel like maybe that shouldn't be the case. Like the The jack of all trades, master of none kind of idea feels it would be more appropriate. Like, Fulgrim is... Well, we know he's like a good duelist, but then he's also as good at foraging as Ferrus and Annis. That's crazy. So is he like just a sanguineous blessed boy? What's the deal? I don't know. That struck me as odd. I can't remember who our POV character was in that chapter. Maybe there's a bit of leniency through whose eyes we're looking through. That's possible. Okay, so what I would like to do now is give this a quick wash or glaze. It's just a bit too bright, and I just wonder if I can darken it down a bit. Just kind of tick it down a level or two. Excuse me. Eric says, if I recall correctly, before Sanguinius and Horus actually fought, they had a debate about Sanguinius either joining Horus or just stepping aside. Horus did not want any of Sanguinius, even all hopped up on demon juice. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I kind of skipped the actual reading or listening to the Siege of Terra. I sort of felt, well, for one, I didn't like having to wait years in between books or whatever, large periods of time. But I also felt like I just would have been annoyed by choices that I assumed they made, which it seems like they did. So I skipped the boat, so to speak, on that one. Alright, this is the wash I use for Cassandora Yellow for the bases, but it's pretty thin, and I find washes towards the bottom of the pot get pretty potent over time, so I wonder if this is too strong. I got some yellow ink as backup, though. Okay, let me get my safety stand. Gotta be safe while hobbying, guys. Friendly reminder. I don't know how people like Khan or Vulcan stack up against Demon Primarchs. The real answer, the unsatisfying answer, is they'll stand up as well as the plot needs them to. Which is it's very unsatisfying, right? Like, it's not the answer anyone's looking for. Everyone wants to know who's stronger, who would beat Apu in the battle royale of Dad versus Dad, Super Dad versus Super Dad. Look, Vulcan has regeneration hacks, which I don't love, but it is what it is. And the Khan did beat Mortarion, despite Mortarion being in Demon Primarch mode. So I think proves that he's more than capable. Which is... It's kind of lame to me, honestly. Like, then what is the point, right? What is the point of becoming a Demon Primarch? What do you get for losing your soul? Like, it's weird to me if you can just be beaten by a regular Primarch. Eric Brandenburg says it was tragic because they were very close. It also speaks to the caliber of Sanguinius because he foresaw being murdered by Horus, but still refused to yield. Yeah, all of that stuff I think works really well for Sanguinius' character. Khan is also a duelist. He despises both Mortarion and Fulgrim. Yep. Yep, it's weird. Francois says perpetuals are lame as fuck. Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't love that basically because Vulcan has super perpetual power, he becomes like a plot device in the Horus Heresy rather than a character with like real agency. It's not what I would prefer. Eric Brandenburg says, lol, Kurz did a slightly different version of the Vulcan lives Stomp Stomp. Alfari says, Abel to 40k, everyone beats Mortarion. Draco beat Mortarion. A group of unnamed granites also killed him. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem when you're not aware. Like, these writers, you know, they're handling the property and they don't realize the consequence of their choices. Like, you're creating a standard. That's really lame. Especially the carving of his heart bit. It's like, oh, it's super cringe. Super cringe to me. I don't think Gilman killed Mortarion. Look, GW doesn't have the balls to kill a Primarch. not one that has a bottle. They won't even kill Marneus Calgar, okay? They're not gonna kill Mortarion. Get out of here, Alfarius. Get out of here. No, Gilman basically just... the Emperor channeling, or Guilliman channeling the Emperor's power, essentially banished Mortarion and Nurgle's entities from real space. I am pretty sure that's what you are referring to. From the end of the Dawn of... not Dawn of Fire. Dark Imperium series. Francois says, Robot, girly man, is the Primarch I hate the most. Starts Imperial Secundus like a traitor. He is out of lack of faith, still considered to be a hero. Gilliman's true and based. I don't know what you're talking about, Francois. Gilliman's the best Primarch. Unfortunately, this is a conclusion I've arrived upon. He is one of the only Primarchs who acts reasonably, always. Which is something I wish more Primarchs were. Just rational, pragmatic. The Primarchs are too much of my emotions. Like, it's the same problem from before with Space Marine 2 Sergeant. It's fucking my emotions. My feelings. And they can't act reasonable in the moment. And they have to... And it's the writer's fault, right? It's not... The Primarchs aren't bad character concepts. These bad writing choices. But Guilliman is an anomaly in that regard. He's been consistently, like, not acting retarded. And for that, I arrived at the conclusion. The conclusion that he is true and based. Eric Brandberg says, I want Primaris Pedro Cantor next. Maybe an animated short with him voiced by Danny Trejo. Yes, hell yes. Cantor as Primaris would be the greatest thing to ever happen in the 41st millennium. Maybe. Look, with the rules as they are, now's the time for GW to do specialist characters. Because the play field is... Not the play field, but the unit selection is more open than it's ever been with regards to sub-factions, right? And so, it behooves them to make characters like Pedro Cantor right now versus before, where it would only be really bought by collectors or people looking to start Crimson Fists or existing Crimson Fist collectors. Francois says, of course, Morty, the smelly fat kid, is gonna get beat up by all his handsome, fit brothers. That's no brainer. Was Morty fat for real? That's an honest question. Because I've always kind of been puzzled that all Nurgle demons are fought, but Mortarion became a cool Grim Reaper guy with moth wings. And you look at every other, like, demon Primarch, and... the greater demon counterpart of that Chaos God, and you're like, okay, I see the design logic coming through with Magnus and the Lord of Change, and, you know, a Bloodthirster and an Angron. And you look at Morty and a Great Unclean One, and you're like, what is this? How does he fit? Francois says, pragmatic in quotes. That's one way to describe an admin pussy pretending to be a warrior. That's a great strawman characterization of Guilliman. I became a big fan of Guilliman after the events of Know No Fear. And then his actions in Unremembered Empire were also followed through on that. I think that's a really good Guilliman arc. And I think it most certainly disproves the claim that he is a pretender as a warrior. I think Guilliman and the Ultramarines did have basically just a bad bit of adaptation PR in the form of the Matt Ward era of 40k. And I think it's created a meme that's done lasting reputational damage. But the No Fear stuff and Unremembered Empire and even Dark Imperium, I think, does a good job for Guilliman and his character. But not all Primarchs are so lucky. Eric says Guilliman also hasn't done any real lifting until now. Yeah, I guess so. Like, what was Guilliman doing prior to the heresy? Basically just crusading and managing Macragge, empire building. Alfari says Guilliman is rational according to his logic, and his logic is stupid. You're telling me you want to split the legions so that it's harder to manage them and struggle to control their actions. Oh, the counterpoint... Well... The principle behind it is to diffuse power, so no remaining loyalist brother could ever start a heresy. Which it's all being written to serve that end anyways, but for what it's worth, it worked, right? Alfari says the Templars are problematic in a lot of ways, that's why we love them, but they understand the importance of having legion-sized numbers. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Legion aspect of the Black Templars is problematic, and given how zealous and dogmatic the Black Templars are, there's probably a lower risk they would turn against the Imperium than another sized, like a purely, what would the term be? Than a purely like agnostic or a chapter or a legion based purely in the Imperial truth school of thought, right? Hey Tramari, how's it going? Your brain hurts, studying hurts? Well, welcome to a pretty chill hobby space. Francois says, I think GW could do better to release chapter masters of 50 chapters than more Primarchs. Yes. Well, look, I'm a fan of Primarchs coming back. I think it could be interesting, right? Hear me out. Like, it could be a very interesting thing to do to your setting, but when they come back like the Lion and do nothing, then it's like, what's the point even? So I agree with, in that sense, I agree with you, Francois. Just release chapter masters, right? Like, don't, like, what's so special about the Lion coming back if he comes back and does nothing? Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor says, yeah, I find it bizarre in an edition of chapter it doesn't matter for rules. They keep removing all the unique non-first founding characters. Yeah. I think it's I think the writing was on the wall. It's purely about selling inventory and managing that inventory space. So if models are old, they no longer wish to produce them or sell them, then they're out. But then they can redesign them and bring them back in later editions for those nostalgia berries, right? I think that's what you can certainly expect. Paul Huxville, welcome to the stream. Hope you're hobbing something cool. Share what you're working on. Actually, everyone should share what they're working on. We have to share in our hobby camaraderie, guys. We don't want to lose that hobby morale. I don't know if you're aware, but morale losses are debilitating. Eric Brandenburg says chapter masters with detachments for chapters. Like, I would have liked for the detachments to just be called salamanders, white scars. You can still use whatever you want regardless. Like, why are we pretending? And just muddying the water, right? Like, it's so annoying. And all the hallmark, not all, but there are, in every Space Marine, I think on the trader side as well, in every detachment for the chapters and legions, there are multiple hallmark mechanics and stratagems, like the flesh is weak. You're telling me this is like an applicable salamanders tactic? Like, it's very clearly Iron Hands. Get out of here. Everyone knows. So then what's the point? I think the point, and this is my cynical view, I think the point is to make competitive players feel less dirty about not using what they ought to use if they were painted a certain way. Just a theory. Okay. I think we're gonna have enough wash for these last bases, which is great. Absolutely great. It's Paulie Huxfield. Oh, excuse my dyslexia. I just don't want 40k to turn into 30k 2.0. Funnily enough, I think. Well, I'm assuming the context there is just becoming so Space Marine Primarch centric, which I agree. I think the right way to bring back Primarchs, in my opinion, I guess, I should caveat that, would be to bring back a Primarch to deal with the Xenos threat and tie them to that in a kind of satisfying narrative way. Thus, bringing up the Xenos big bads as well. It's not just about demon Primarchs for Primarchs, right? I think that's also how you can bring back Primarchs without losing the sense of bleakness or desperateness. Because, like, yeah, look, Lion's come back, but look, he has to deal with Gazagul or something, right? And that's going to occupy him for additions, right? This sector of the galaxy, right? And he'll confer with Guilliman from time to time, and you'll have satisfying exchanges from a narrative point of view. Oh, a man can dream. Yeah, but with regards to 30k turning to 40k, sorry, with regards to your comment there, Polly, I feel like 30k is turning into 40k slowly but surely, at least from a game design point of view, which sucks. I think 40k is terrible. Terrible compared to 30k with all the custom, like 30k still has that customization of the days of old, right, with your war gear and unit sizes and all of this. I would prefer for 40k to embrace that spirit, right? Like, why is it that the historical, in air quotes, right, the historical setting game system of 30k has more creative freedom than the setting where the legions are broken, and the whole point of successor chapters is to create your dudes with your stories and your creativity, and all the Xenos are, the galaxy's wild and everything's gone to shit. Why is that the case? Let me catch up with chat. Let's go up further. Francois says, no way, all you get is Gladius Task Force. Blood Angels, no. Red Gladius Ultramarines. Dark Angels, no. Green Gladius Ultramarines. Yep, that is what competitive play does. That's my hot and spicy take. Eric says, it's cringe seeing a Dark Angels player running a Gladius detachment. Yeah, it is. Super, super lame. Like, especially when the other chapters don't even get to have their detachments called after, like, them specifically. Like I say that every Salamanders player knows the Firestorm Assault Force is their detachment. But it's still not technically Salamanders in the way the Dark Angels detachments are. Dark Angels. And it's lame that it's just not used. And I think, honestly, relating to the MetaWatch output that GW uses to measure their health, I say this in air quotes, I think this structure of rules and detachments gives them a shield. They don't have to fix things as terribly, because now What the 40K can't make a YouTube video claiming how shit the word bearers are, because look, Chaos Space Marines is scoring just like all... Your word bearers are scoring just like all other Chaos Space Marines. Because they just use the metric that's valid for that army. Whatever detachment it happens to be at the time. I don't keep up with what's good for Chaos. What is it, the Black Legion one, probably? Oh, cool. So these just have to sit and cook a little bit. We can hop back to our chapter miesta. Francois says 30k lore is greater than 40k lore because it was written before woke DEI, Warhammer's for Everyone bullshit. I guess so. Well, it's weird. Like, the narrative. Is there a difference between pre-existing lore and like novelization? Because I think there is a bit of that of what you hate, Francois, in probably like the Siege of Terra. I am open to being wrong because I'm assuming. But like, isn't a large portion of the Siege of Terra dedicated to a Primarch mom character who's responsible for everything? And it's really like, in large part, she's a character of significance, we learn. Isn't that the case? Which is not what you want to just waste. It's like they're padding. They're padding for density in that mini-series, but whatever. I don't... In fairness, I haven't been looking through the Dawn of Fire series that I've been reading. You know, that would be the novel series you would look to for modern 40k. In fairness, I haven't been looking through it, looking for DEI or woke shit. But I don't recall anything off the top of my head. The worst thing is that Space Wolves book. And that's just because it's a terrible book. There are nice parts, but so many Space Marines acting like emotional babies is what it is. Is the Space Wolves crying about their culture. It's like, is the galaxy so bad if you have the luxury to complain about your culture? I guess not. I guess it's pretty chill. I guess it's not that grimdark if we have the luxury to complain about our Fenrisian culture. But that's why the book's so bad, because they expressly say it is terrible and we need the reinforcements, but they still don't want the Primaris. It's so stupid. So stupid. It's so unreasonable. Emotional babies. Tremari says, I originally wanted to go into animation and game design, but my teacher 2 years ago more or less killed my passion. That's why I'm going to therapy. Ooh, yeah, Alfarius. Ooh, trauma. The vast majority of teachers are just awful. Yeah, it sucks, man. That does suck. One bad apple, eh? That's all it takes. Okay, well, we've been going for quite a while. Where's my white ink? I have to shake this up. I'll BRB. I see what you're saying, Francois, and I appreciate the clarification. As far as I can tell, the Black Library authors, at least in that particular series, seem to be the usual grouping of dudes. So that's probably why it doesn't have any terrible writing choices. But yeah, DEI hiring can certainly skew things, especially once they get into creative capacities, or especially when they have the creative capacity or the capacity to influence creative decisions. Jeez, words are hard. As per the Custodies, and now they're female situation. So I will not deny you. I will not deny your claim. Maybe I should just flow improver this a little bit. Flow improver this little mixture. So I wanna put this in the Volkite. That's the idea. We're into the grooves. So hopefully, with a few drops of some flow improver, it'll do just that. I mean, it should improve the flow, right? Yeah, Custodies, I don't know. It's made me like my Space Marine chapter more. I'll just leave it at that. Tramari says, I'm an emotional baby, and my home group chapter are probably going to be emotional babies. Well, if you're acknowledging it, it can be done. And if that's the theme and the whole point, you can execute it well, okay? I believe in you, Tramari. Because at least you're self-aware. I don't think the Space Wolves are written to be self-aware. It didn't come across that way to me in that particular novel. Let's put it that way. It was very serious and embarrassing. Tramari said the whole thing about Space Wolves complaining about their culture reminded me of a scene from a show called Disenchantment. A baby had just been born, but the father said, if you can cry, that you can work. Nice. If you can cry, you can work. I like it. Like, look, you can have weird cultural obsessive shit in 40k. I think there's a place for it, but that place is specifically, I think, going to be demonstrative of a negative point of view, right? Like, I'm thinking of hoity-toity imperial aristocrats or something like this, high lord types, right? That have it way better than like the 0.01% like top people, right? And I think they would be the types that would complain about culture, right? Because they're so detached, they're so unmoored from reality, right? Not the space wolves, not space marines, not transhuman, who literally like who ought to be above that is my take. And this is like, look, it's all speaking to the same issue, right? This is why I get annoyed with Primarchs all the time too. Like, why are you acting like a dum-dum? And we know why. It's because the writer needs them to do something. And that might be why Gilliman gets spared in that regard, right? Because in the Horse Heresy, he's not given any... He doesn't have to fall, for example. He doesn't have to do something that is sort of complex to move the plot. In the way the Traitor Primarchs all have to engage with some serious plot-moving force. And because the writers, in my opinion, handle those events poorly, you get really awkward decision-making from Primarchs. And then fans spin it. That's look. This is a bit of bias on my part, right? I'll admit it, right? But fans will spin it like, oh, it's like Greek tragedy. It's mythic, and I'm like, okay, sounds like Cope to me, but okay. it's like Greek mythology, but in science fiction. Okay, there, if you say so. I think we're going to make that lens, or we're going to make these sensors, or I don't know what this is supposed to be. But it's going to be red. And I'll make the buttons, or I think I'll make these blue. I think that'll look pretty good. Or maybe like a teal, a glowing teal sort of color. Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor asks, what gold do you use for your chapter master there? Oh, jeez. Friendly Neighborhood Inquisitor, I wish I could tell you with confidence, but I painted this so long ago. I can't tell you for certain. Maybe Retributor, but it looks like it's been layered with some maybe Retributor and silver. That's probably what it was. It might have been given a wash too, maybe with this stuff, Cassandor Yellow. Yeah. That's my best guess. Eric says, sorry, I do not freeload calculations. Nice. I'm going to try a diluted mix of Toxic Mist and this white ink to see if, just to see. Okay, we're just going to try. Gonna give this a good old try. Oh, there's a light up top too. Weird. Tramari says Space Marines do have the failings of humans, though. Yeah, it's too bad. I think it's lame. I like my transhumans to be above frivolous things like human emotion. And look, that might not be canon, right? What you're saying, Tramari, like I'll take it on faith that it's GW does want Space Marines to have all the follies of humans. Well, cool, I guess. You know? It just might be my preference. I think it makes them less impressive, though. And it's especially glaring on Primarchs. Like, when you're reading a story, right? You're putting yourself into the shoes of that character, taking in the information, trying to get a feel for what they're dealing with, and then they're given a very specific situation, and you, as a petty human, you know what I mean? like a tiny mortal, is reasoning a better alternative than the superlative being that's supposed to be transcended your state of consciousness. I feel like it's less enjoyable for me, and it could just be my preferences, right? It's just, you know, and maybe some people enjoy it. Maybe some people like watching emotional babies make poor decisions in science fiction. I don't. I actually want to, and these things are still not yet dry. I'm pretty sure I can't jump ahead and start dry brushing them. So I want to just do a quick bit of research on this Volkite blaster. I think this is a Tartarus Terminator weapon. Looks to be the case. Oh, they made an action figure of this guy. Well, of this, of a Tartarus Terminator with this weapon, with this pistol. One of those, what are these, Joy Toys or whatever? Oh, Tramari. Tramari hating on the spam calls. Look, I hate them too. Though, after so my phone isn't new. It's pretty old, actually, now that I think about it. But once I switched to a Google Pixel phone, I don't know, it has this, like, ability to just screen the call, and then it will just do an automated robot answering machine type situation, and just it'll read out to me what it says, and I don't have to deal with it. And often is the case, I set that protocol to answer the call in that way, they just hang up anyways. It's awesome. It's a big quality of life win, if I'm being honest. I would recommend Google Pixel phones just for that. If that's why my phone does what it does. Big if there. Okay, so when I look up this Volkite Terminator Sergeant, well, they paint it way more boring than I do. Which is just, it's not a objective thing, it's just a choice, a artistic direction. Okay, this research was a waste, it did not help me. I think it's safe to paint this. This is dry, right? Looks like it. Okay, let's get crazy. We got some Blood Angels Contrast, which is probably, I think it's been mixed with something else. I couldn't tell you what. I think maybe some sort of glazing medium. Maybe even matte medium from Liquitex. I can't say for sure. It's rather thick though. Rather thick. Dang, that flow improver is still, it's still more opaque than I thought it would be, unfortunately. Thought we get a lot more of our white showing through. That's not fully dry in there. Oh, phrasing. Whoops. Whoops! My bad, guys. My bad. Please excuse. Didn't mean to get explicit, okay? That should do. Now I want to mix a little bit of this with the white to try and see if I can add a little bit of a pop, you know, to the vent. These grooves right here. Just to kind of sell the glow. Sell that energy effect. Uh-oh. Oh, oh no, we're okay. We're okay. he's looking pretty cool with that. Oh, I kind of smudged it up a bit. Cool. Alright, one last blend to do. We're gonna go with Talisar and something very strong. Actually, maybe not Talisar. Maybe Frostheart and a kind of green contrast. In this case, I want Hexwraith with the newer formula. I find the newer formula is just a bit more even in its application. The surface tension, I think it gets more. The previous formula behaves more like a wash. Excuse me while I shake. Alrighty. Seems like Tramari has PTSD from spam callers. Big shame. Big shame. I used to have that about Amber Alerts. They were... And I'm not unsympathetic to the plight, okay? But Jesus Christ. Those things would go off in like the dead of night and I thought like bombs were dropping. The amount of panic it would instill was like, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was basically 10. Not bad. I'll take it. Yeah, that'll do. I think that's some sort of unique looking Volkite weapon. Okay, So let's finish up these bases. We'll probably wrap up the stream with that. Man, we've been going for a while. This is a channel record, guys. We'll be dry brushing. And we're going to start with a bit of bone color. Francois says needs more purity seals. I don't know, I feel like he's got quite a few purity seals, honestly. I think your Dark Angel's lens, Francois, causes you to desire more purity seals, so that people do not question your purity because of your secrets and such. Going pretty heavy with this one. There'll be a second dry brush pass with a basically off-white, which is much lighter. And I like to do that one, as you'll see, in just sporadic spots here and there, just to kind of move the eye around, add some terrain diversity, basically. We try not to have the same texture repeating all over the, So we don't have a uniform texture. I think that's the goal. Actually, maybe I am doing this too early. Are these bases still too wet for the dry brush? No, I think we're okay. Now we can hit some feet a little bit. Gotta start blending the guy into the base, right? Maybe we can do that with our champion as well. Francois says, how are you going to smite heretics if your Volkite pistol isn't sanctified with a purity seal, though? That's true. It'll do 2 points less damage against chaos if I do not have a purity seal. How does your captain not have like 20 purity seals? Well, firstly, he's a chapter master. But I guess that only furthers your point. Well, I suppose the Firekeepers don't lean too hard into purity seals. You know, deeds, not words. You know what I'm saying? That sort of shtick. Two less damage. 2 damage with 1 shot is all it does, though. Look, I've self-reported my Space Marine 2 corruption. My default mode of thought now is video game 40k. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to clip that. Okay, perfect. I think these little rocky shelf features turned out pretty alright. Look pretty cool. Pretty neat, I think. Not bad for an impromptu design decision. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, might have overblown that a little bit. Look, we'll just put extra weathering pigment there. That's what we'll have to do. Maybe a bush, like a shrub. To hide our errors with more basing bits. Okay, nice. Look, we're moving along swimmingly. Perfect. Francois says, yeah, faith without deeds is worthless. Do the deed, pay more purity seals. I feel like he has enough. Look, firstly, he's got a tilting plate on there with a lot of freehand. Rather painstaking amount of freehand. And his purity seal also has freehand. I think. Yeah, look at this. Look at this bullshit. Look, it's an older paint job, so it's not my best work, but you got some scribbles. You got a little Firekeeper thing here, a little mini chapter badge, sorta. Little squares right here. And then he's got one here too. It's crazy. It's crazy. He's so pure. He's got his Iron Halo. There is a, you know, and this model's a good example of it. There is something to being overly accessorized from a design point of view, which is an influence when it comes to the artistry and how you go about your hobby. At least for myself. I also think not all chapters are as ostentatious with their heraldry either. Sort of how I feel about Blood Angels. I feel like Blood Angels would be rather heavily decored, right? That's not a word. I'm just using it that way. They'd have a lot of decorative elements on their armor compared to other chapters, which are more reserved. Alfarius says, with the 40k, I get that my Lamenters are all going to be all Primaris, but if I had a really tiny Lamarties as my warlord, would this be funny enough to be acceptable? Hey, nothing's wrong with old Lamarties, okay? I would make the case it's a better model. Yeah, nothing's wrong with old Lamarties. I like it more. I think new Lamarties is a bit cringe. Francois says Lamenters die before they get old. No firstborn Lamenters exist anymore. Hence why all of your land spears will be modeled as wreckage. Big sad. Yeah. Look, see, it is the case that some... See, that's an area of characterization that can really take advantage of what Primaris offers, right? I kind of wish the status quo wasn't just, oh, everyone's Primaris now. Like, it'd be really interesting to see which chapters would leverage and, you know, make more use of the Primaris editions than others. Like Dark Angels, as we spoke about earlier, being a chapter that might be less fond of Khal's weapons if they have their weapons from the Dark Age, right? Or they just take the base and incorporate their own stuff. You know, there's lots of interesting room there for world building. And in the Lamenter's example here, it's like, yeah, that's a chapter that is constantly decimated, so they wouldn't have any old stuff, right? Oh, you're running an old chaplain. It's a custom chaplain by running it as Lamarties. Yeah, well, then you can do whatever you want. Then you can do whatever you want. Counts as is a kind of open space. You're just doing you, that sort of thing, right? Alright, so next process is our weathering powder, the dark sand. Now this is going to get a bit messy. Well, hopefully not too messy. I just gotta move my other models out of the way. And I'll take it in turn. I just kind of like the other dry brush. Just put this powder in various spots and kind of make a mess, really. Add a bit of like a dusty sort of I don't know, feel to the environment? I guess that's what it would be. Cool stuff. All right. Who is next? We'll grab our Victrix. One of our honor guard. I'll just pick a spot. Maybe here and put some back here. Yeah, that's, it adds a certain kind of, I don't know, earthiness, right, to the landscape. And I think it breaks up the existing texture in a nice way. Something about it just feels a bit more natural. Whoops. Mortal wound. Like that area where the wash pooled up too heavily and was all shiny is now remedied instantly. Beautiful. That's what I like. Quick fixes. Oh, I guess we should weather these tabards, eh? Especially for the guys where it's so close to the ground. Just add some form of, you know, tinting. Cool. A little too high up on the back leg there. Can I fix it? Fine, sort of. Oh, well enough anyways. You're out of here, Alfarius? Well, thanks for joining for this super extended hobby hang. You have a good weekend there, bud. We'll be wrapping up this stream once the basing is done. Which, look guys, we're getting there rather quickly. You know, we've been kind of leisurely jogging through these basings, but now we're on the home stretch. We're sprinting. I think that'll do. I think it'll do. What time are we at? Wow! 4-hour stream. This is crazy. Well, I think that'll be my hobby stamina consumed for the day, guys. Any chats to catch up with? It doesn't appear to be the case. Well, I suppose we can begin. Excuse me. I suppose we can begin the typical ramp-up sequence. So I'd want to give a bit of a shout-out to everyone who tuned in and shared in the hobby camaraderie. The company from everyone in chat is truly appreciated as I am riding my own hobby grind here. And thanks to everyone who liked and subscribed and all that other good YouTube engagement stuff. And with that, I'll catch you guys in the next one.